minutes from 11/7, 9/4, and 12/25, and we'll do them later after you've had time to review them. First item we have today is the Kansas Department of Transportation, the Ike Transportation Plan. Secretary of Transportation, Calvin Reed. Calvin, welcome committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to present today on behalf of the 2,200 plus employees at KDOT. Very pleased to report on progress on the Ike Transportation Program, discuss some of the potential challenges and opportunities we see forward as we look to finish the Ike program strong, and then give you a brief update on road usage charge and the study that we are just now completing. So I don't know, can you guys see? I don't see anything up on the screens. How are we doing here? Good? Yeah. You guys have your packets? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. The first slide in your packet is really just a reminder of what we do and what our purpose is. Kansas has a very extensive transportation system. I talk about this all the time, about 142,000 public use miles across the state, about 25,000 bridges. It takes a lot of people to be able to do that, but it serves an amazing purpose in helping keep Kansans moving all across the state. We are going through a strategic planning process in our agency right now. Yeah, this is a wrong presentation, but I'm going to keep talking. Is that okay? Yeah. We're going through a strategic planning process right now, which will help guide our agency in delivering the remaining 5 years of the Ike Transportation Program. And with that, we established really 4 main values, and you can see them on your slide. We are people-focused. At the end of the day, we talk about roads and bridges and airports, but those all are for people, and we need to keep that in mind as we make our decisions about how we manage our transportation system. We need to be results-oriented, where we are focusing on using good data to make strong decisions, but we need to rely on the experience of our staff and the industry to make sure that those decisions really are the best for our transportation system. We need to be forward-looking. I talk about this all the time. We make generational investments. The investments we make now are going to last for multiple generations of Kansans, and we need to think about that as we are making our decisions, not just the best decision for now, but we need to consider what future generations of Kansans will be experiencing also. And then finally, we need to be accountable. Okay. There you go. And we need to be accountable to our citizens. I don't know. Okay, you guys have the information in front of you. If you guys want to keep working on it, that's fine. I'm just going to keep talking. Okay, so the meat of the presentation today is just an update on the Ike Transportation Program. So we're on to slide 4 right now. Just a reminder of what the Ike Transportation Program is. The Ike Transportation Program was that 10-year comprehensive transportation program. Comprehensive meaning we are not just highways and bridges. We are looking at the entire transportation system and making sure we're making strategic investments among all assets. It was a $10 billion program, estimated at $10 billion in 2020. I'm going to talk a little bit about that towards the end of the presentation on Ike, about what that estimate really means. But as you can see, there are some clear priorities in how the program was structured. One is we heard very, very loud and clear that the legislature's priority is making sure that we are taking care of what we have. We call that preservation, right? So nearly half of the program dollars are focused on preservation of our current highway system. We needed flexibility. In our modernization and expansion projects, this idea of selecting projects at the beginning of a program and then delivering over the course of 10 years really wasn't flexible to emerging needs for our citizens and our communities. So a focus was on this idea of a rolling program. And the rolling program allows us to select projects every 2 years to go into our pipelines. I'll talk a lot more about that in a few minutes. And then the last component, the last real driver for this program is helping communities to solve problems. And so we have numerous community service type programs where communities can apply for state aid to help them deliver projects that solve immediate problems in their communities. Things like the local bridge program, helping counties to replace and repair bridges on their system, and C-CLIP and cost share are just super popular programs with our cities and our communities because they help solve immediate problems for those communities. Whoever's controlling, next slide, please. Within the legislation are also some promises. So one of them is the $8 million promise, which just is really making sure that we are investing all across the state and in every county. So basically the promise is that we will invest at least $8 million in all of Kansas's 105 counties. This slide shows you progress to date. About 90% of the counties have already met that promise. We have a few more that we need to work on, but we are well on target at the midpoint of the program to making that promise whole. And as I said, preservation is a huge part of what we are required to do as part of the Ike Transportation Program. Just big picture, about $2.6 billion of projects let to date for construction. Some of those have already been constructed. Some of those are already under construction. Some of them will be constructed next year. But we have $2.6 billion already under construction. What that really means, though, physically, is about 7,000 miles of roadway that has been improved or will be improved, and over 340 bridges. And we needed to make sure that we were spending that investment wisely all across our different regions. So though not required by the legislature, we set up some internal targets for us to be measuring against to make sure that we are spending those taxpayer dollars all across the state and making sure that we are properly investing in all of our regions. So you can see up here what our targets, what we estimated that we would need to spend in each of the 6 districts, and then also what we have spent to date or what we have let to construction to date. And we are on target for all the regions. We have one region where we're a little bit below where we would expect to be right now. Just a bit on that. A lot of our preservation projects, they really kind of rotate around the state. We expect Northwest Kansas to get caught up and maybe be exceeding the target within the next couple years. And obviously, bridge preservation is a big part of what we have to do also. Like I said, we have a large bridge infrastructure system in the state of Kansas, 25,000 bridges, 80% of them are on our locally owned system. Kansas is responsible for maintaining about 5,000 bridges. Most of those bridges tend to be smaller bridges, kind of what you think about when you drive down the state highways. Some bridges, though, are just larger investments. And a lot of those are really in the eastern part of the state and focused around some of our larger rivers. One of them on the screen is the 18th Street Expressway Bridge, which is in Wyandotte County. We recently let this project, and it's a huge project in terms of a bridge investment, about $125 million to replace this bridge. This bridge was built in the late 1950s. It was actually built as part of the original turnpike system, so it was a tolled bridge. It was turned over to KDOT in the early 1990s, and KDOT has been maintaining it since. In the last 5 to 10 years, we have put tremendous amount of resources into keeping this bridge operational, but we made the decision several years ago that we were just throwing that money away, and really if we were going to make the right investment, we were going to have to replace this bridge, which was the right decision for the long term. What we were able to do with this particular project, since it was such a large chunk of preservation dollars being spent this year, we were able to go after a federal grant, and we were awarded a federal grant for 50% of the cost of the replacement of this bridge, so about $62.5 million, which will be paid out as we deliver this bridge project. And then, this is my last slide talking about preservation. We can talk about money spent, but really, and I apologize, you guys might have a slide out of order. I inserted this slide in the right order. So it's a couple slides down the road, and then we'll come back to the slide you guys see right now. We have established performance measures in our budget that we report on every year. Obviously, we want to make sure that these investments are making meaningful strides in terms of performance on our system. When we look at how we measure performance of our pavements, we've discussed this a lot. Our performance are really based off of federal performance measures. So really the U.S. government has measures that every state that follows in terms of reporting pavement performance. These measures are really looking at the surface of the pavement. And we've talked about this, that there's so much more to a pavement condition than what you can see on the surface. We also have to have some idea of what's going on underneath so that we can make the right decision at the right time. So we have established a new performance measure that we are tracking internally and that we are making decisions on. And really that performance measure is relying on the same data that we've been collecting for years on pavement performance, but inferring new information from it about trends that would indicate what is going on under the surface. And so we are starting to track this and starting to understand this better so that we can make better decisions about our pavements, which are a huge asset for the state of Kansas. Make sure we're making better decisions about them for the long run and not just covering up problems with overlays. One thing I would also like to note about this slide, you'll notice that bridge performance has actually dropped since 2020. The percent of bridges that we have in good condition is less than it was in 2020. A brief explanation on that. When we got into the Ike Transportation Program, we did not have a backlog, a pipeline of bridge replacement projects ready to go. It takes several years for us to develop plans to replace bridges. And so just now, after we filled that pipeline initially with the Ike program, we are just now getting to the point that we are doing extensive bridge replacements all across the state and taking care of those issues. And so we expect that performance measure to continue to actually go down just a little bit for the next couple of years before it starts ticking up as we bend the curve, and those replacement projects we're doing right now are actually getting implemented in the field and measured through our inspections. So moving on, another big category of investment for the Ike program is our modernization and expansion programs. So just as a reminder, modernization are geometric improvements to our system which really address safety issues. Thinking about it like adding shoulders to our highways, flattening curves, taking hills out and filling valleys in. K23 around Hoxie, that is what we would consider a modernization project. That construction will be ongoing this summer. We have those projects spread out all across the state. We were required to finish at least one phase of each of the leftover T-Works projects. That amounted to about $500 million worth of investment in modernization expansion before we could start any Ike modernization expansion projects. We are now in the middle of construction of several of our Ike modernization projects, and we have some yet to be constructed. Right now, we have two different pipelines, and I'll talk about them here in a minute. We have our construction pipeline. We have about $2.2 billion worth of projects in our construction pipeline and about $1 billion worth of projects in our development pipeline. So those that we are preparing for construction. So a reminder about how our pipelines work. And this is the slide that was inserted in the wrong place, so you might have to go backwards in your slide deck. So our pipelines, like I said, our modernization expansion projects are selected on a rolling nature. And I'll just remind you of the steps of that. Every 2 years, we go out to through a process called local consult. We go out to the citizens of the state and we get public feedback on projects and priorities so that we can develop our priorities for filling in our development pipeline. So step number one is to go and get public feedback, weigh that public feedback against engineering criteria, economic criteria, and put that information and select projects from that pool to be put into our development pipeline. And our development pipeline is just that. It is the stage of a project where we are planning, we are designing, purchasing right-of-way, relocating utilities, essentially getting that project ready for construction. That can take several years depending on the scope of the project. Once that project is far enough along in development that we feel comfortable about the scope and the schedule and the budget on that project, and we still have local commitment for that project, and we have the funding to be able to construct that project, we will then commit that project to our construction pipeline. And that is just that, a commitment to construct that project. So once it is in our construction pipeline, we consider that to be committed, that will get done. And so that is the next step. When we pull projects out of our development pipeline and put them into our construction pipeline, they move on down the road. That leaves a gap in our development pipeline. We backfill that gap by going back to local consult and getting priorities for our projects. And so to date, these are actually legislated targets. We were asked to establish targets for the end of the program spending and then also mid-program spending. You can see them up on the slide here. We are on target to meet our spending targets for all but two of the programs right now for fiscal year 25. We have already met two of the districts. We are on target to meet our spending requirements, and we will meet those by the end of fiscal year 25. We have several projects in the pipeline that will be let in the coming months that will meet those targets. So as a whole, we are on target to delivering the IKE program as promised. So just some updates on some major projects that you guys might hear about. We've got a couple projects in Northeast Kansas that we have just got under construction this year. One of them is the South Lawrence Traffic Way. If you've ever been in the Lawrence area, you know what I'm talking about. It's that beltway around the southwest side of Lawrence. It's currently a 2-lane highway. We're expanding it to a 4-lane freeway. So we'll have grade separated interchanges, no stoplight there anymore. And then ultimately we're going to tie into the Kansas Turnpike with a system-to-system interchange. That project was let in the summer. It is, if you've driven there, you see a lot of progress, a lot of things happening right now, a lot of dirt being moved. That project is well underway. One that we just let in the last couple months is the Polk Quincy Viaduct, which is right here in downtown Topeka. That's I-70 going through the center of Topeka, replacing that bridge that's been in poor condition for several years. That project will really get underway starting this spring. We'll see a lot of action out there as a new bridge is constructed right alongside the existing bridge. In a couple of years, we will actually have to close down I-70 for several months as we make the tie-ins between the existing highway system and the new bridge. So we've been communicating that and partnering with the city of Topeka. Everybody should be prepared for that. We've been doing a lot of work around the city of Topeka for those folks that live in the city of Topeka and around the city of Topeka. I apologize for all the inconvenience, but we have been doing all that work to prepare for that eventual closure of I-70 through downtown Topeka. A couple other major projects. Wichita North Junction, this was really a project that was identified very early on as a high priority for all of South Central Kansas. This is the interchange of I-235, K96, 135, 254, all coming together in one place in northern Wichita. We were able to address this project in multiple phases. The first phase really to address the most critical issue, which was a loop ramp, which was causing backup and congestion and safety concerns on I-135. We put that loop ramp in, got it constructed, finished about a year and a half ago, and it has been amazing. Anybody who travels in the Wichita area knows how much that has changed just the commute along the 135 and 235 corridors. Now we are finishing up the remaining phases of that project, adding some complementary movements to that, and also just some improvements to the interchange at K96 and 135 on the south side of that interchange. It's a huge project, lots of impacts to railroads. We've been dealing with that, and really that has been a big project and will be a big project for all of South Central Kansas. Some projects that we currently have in our development pipeline that we're going to be looking at moving into our construction pipeline potentially would be the Centennial Bridge up in Leavenworth. That is a Missouri River crossing K92, it crosses into Missouri. There are improvements on the Missouri side, improvements on the Kansas side, and obviously the bridge. This is a cost share with the state of Missouri, so MoDOT is contributing about half of the cost to replace this bridge when we eventually replace it. Huge priority for Fort Leavenworth. I happened to be up there a couple months ago to one of their community events, and I heard over and over again how important it was that bridge get replaced. It's a 70-year-old bridge. Right now, it's functionally not serving the needs of the fort, and so expanding that bridge from a 2-lane facility to a 4-lane facility will be a huge improvement for the region up there. And then K96 down in Wichita, this is another project that was identified early on as a priority. If you can picture K96, it's what we would call like the northeast loop of Wichita. Goes around the northeast side of Wichita. Lots of development around that since it was constructed in the mid-90s. Obviously, a lot of congestion now with all that development, so it's expanding that highway from a 4-lane facility to a 6-lane facility, and major improvements to the interchanges all along there. We've been coordinating that with the city. The big catch on this project is the price tag. Since we originally proposed this project at about $200 million 4 or 5 years ago, the price tag has jumped to about $370 million. So we are looking at how we can strategically deliver that project in this program. It may not be the whole thing. We may have to break it into chunks to be able to deliver it. We're working with the city of Wichita on that. We recognize it as a high need, though. And then I just want to talk about how we are looking at the program and making sure we want to finish it strong. We have done a lot. We have accomplished a lot. And really, I just want to give credit to our agency, the industry, our cities and counties, all of our communities in helping to get the program to where we're at right now. But obviously, at the midpoint of the program, it's important that we look towards the end and make sure that we are prepared to deliver the program strong. So we are looking at several things which could be potential challenges for the program and really strategizing how we can overcome those challenges. So obviously, higher costs is a big deal. If you go to the next slide, you'll see our construction cost trends for the first 4 years of the program, and you compare them back to 2020 when we would have estimated this program. You know, we would have estimated this program, obviously this was before COVID, this was before the rampant inflation that has happened since COVID. So we had an estimate on what the cost of this program and the inflation for the program would be over the course of 10 years. That's in that gold line. You know, at the time, that was probably a pretty reasonable estimate, but as we have seen, it has really not tracked with reality. And so the blue line is what reality is and what we expect to see through the rest of the program. And as you can see, for the first 3 years of the program, if you just compare the cost of a project now compared to what it would have been in 2020, it's about 45% difference, right? 45% more to deliver a project now than what we would have expected in 2020. If you looked at what we would have estimated that same project to be back in 2020, we're about 30% more than what our estimate would have been. And if you track that out, it's a compounding factor. And so the unfortunate thing is this inflation hit early in the program, and we have to deal with it throughout the entire program. And obviously, not knowing what is to come, you know, we are trying to put estimates on what inflation might look like through the rest of the program. And that compounding factor, that compounding nature shows that by 2030, we expect that projects to be about 40% higher than what we would have originally estimated that project to be in 2020. So that's a big impact, right? That's a big impact on how we deliver and what we're able to deliver as part of this program. The good news is revenues have been higher. Really, if you look at the tracking revenues through the first 4 years of the program, you can see that overall revenues are about 18% more than what we would have anticipated they'd be in 2020. Okay, you can see that there's really two main contributors to that. One is our sales tax revenue, about $500 million more than what we had anticipated that revenue stream being. You know, a lot of that tied back to inflation, right? A lot of money was handed out. People were spending that money. Sales tax revenues went up. So we we saw that. We saw that in revenues coming into state highway fund. So just as a reminder, KDOT and the state highway fund receive about 17 to 18%. I give a little flex there because as the food sales tax gets eliminated, that number changes, right? Once it's eliminated, then we're up to 18%. 18% of all of the sales tax dollars that goes into state general fund get put into the state highway fund for us to use on highway projects. The other big contributor is federal fund reimbursements. The bipartisan infrastructure law was passed right after COVID, and with that came increased funding for all sorts of different purposes, and we have realized about $400 million more in federal fund reimbursements than what we had originally anticipated. But at the end of the day, our revenues are up 18%, our costs are up 40%. So there is a gap, right? There are projects that we would have hoped to deliver that we may not be able to deliver in this program if we don't come up with ways to increase revenue. And so what we have done, obviously with a bunch of federal grants out there, we are being a lot more aggressive about going after federal grants that really meet the needs of our priorities. And so next slide, please. So we have been successful on 4 grant opportunities this year. One of them I mentioned earlier was the 18th Street Bridge Replacement Project, $62 million. We were recently awarded a $98 million grant in partnership with the city of Olathe. And that grant is really to help complete a project at the interchange of I-135 and Santa Fe. I-135 down in Wichita, we received a grant to start planning kind of the end of life for the canal route. And so once again, if you picture yourself in Wichita, the canal route is a series of bridges, and 2 of them being the longest bridges in the state of Kansas, 2.5 miles long each, that are going to be tremendous investments at some point. We right now are expecting those bridges to last another 15 years or so. But we know that it's such a large investment that we need to start planning for that right now. And so we are, one of the goals of this planning study is to start developing the plan for how we're going to replace those bridges. And then my next few slides focus on road usage charge, but Chairman, I'd like to give you the opportunity, if you have questions about anything from the Ike Transportation Program, I'd be happy to entertain them now, or I can go straight into road usage charge.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Senator Petty.
Thanks for being here, and I bet you can guess what I'm going to ask about. But so you mentioned working in Wichita with the railroads, and I know that in Kansas City, Kansas, we have the Turner Diagonal and the difficulties that have been in place working with the railroad.
Yes.
Can you expand on how that's changed, or if it's better, or how it's impacted that project?
Yeah, so you're referencing the K32 project, Turner Diagonal, which is just west of the Kansas River. Yeah, it's been a challenge. We had similar challenges down in Wichita working on the North Junction, same railroad. We were able to work very closely with them down there to try to get a little more time where we can work in their right-of-way, which is really what the issue is. We have to do a certain amount of construction in their right-of-way to build bridges over their tracks. So we work very closely with them, and we're able to kind of align our needs with their needs down there. It has been a little more of a struggle up in Kansas City, and the solution to that at this point has been to move to night construction, which I know has not been easy on the contractor and is also not easy on the traveling public. I would really like to give our state transportation engineer an opportunity to update on this project, if you don't mind, because I did anticipate this question.
Yep. Good morning, Greg Schieber, State Transportation Engineer. The communication has improved. They have weekly meetings with the UP. We also have monthly meetings from a higher level. They're finishing up the pier. The next thing will be the track windows, and so we're really trying to work closely with them. That is a larger impact on the railroad, as they will have to shut down traffic through there as we put girders up over those tracks. So that really has been the key, continued communication there. From a higher level, we are working on having UP personnel come in and talk with our contractors, both our Kansas Contractors Association, our KC Heavies in Kansas City, that just walk through the concerns and issues we're having on construction projects and how can we get that communication and just knowing the requirements and that streamlined so we don't have these occurrences pop up that impact the construction and timeline on those. But it has improved. As we get those windows identified, we'll be able to have a better timeline on when we will have it open. Right now, we're still projecting end of 26 into 27, but that is using the progress to date and the challenges with the railroad. We expect that to improve, and as we get those girder windows assigned, we'll be able to better update that schedule.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up?
Yes.
I really would appreciate better feedback to myself and other local officials. I mean, this is smack dab in my district. And then now 18th Street, smack dab in my district. And then we had also Metropolitan and 635, smack dab in my district. So guess what's happening to all my constituents? They're being very much impacted by access, which I know happens for others in other parts of the state. It just seems to be very concentrated right now. And so I guess I would follow up with the railroads and the fact that now that potentially is going to be shut down completely when they're at that one spot in the near future. With 18th Street Bridge, is there going to be similar issues that are going to be going on with the railroads as well?
It is BNSF versus UP, and so it is a little bit different. We have been, with the challenges we've had on North Junction and K32, we have been proactively discussing that with BNSF, and so we do not anticipate the same challenges, the night work, that type of stuff that has been resulted on K32. Some of that was due to railroad infrastructure projects that have been impacted too, and we do not see that on 18th Street. So nothing ever guaranteed when working on projects that impact railroad, as it is over a rail yard again, and so it is significant impact to them. But we are much more optimistic that we have a good plan in place and we will not see the same delay in timelines that we've seen on 32.
I hope that works out to be true. Thank you.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this necessarily falls with the Ike Transportation Plan, but you had mentioned, helping out communities throughout the state. And this is actually something that's been brought to my attention over the years, is kind of like a partnership with counties to have like some type of like bus transit to help either the elderly or those that are suffering from a illness,
Yep.
to where they can be transported to Hayes or Salina because of treatment that they need to receive, and it's just been kind of cumbersome because they have to rely on some other individual to drive them there. And I know there's been individuals who've been trying to work with the cities and the counties, and I was just kind of wondering what the program is and how can counties or cities look into that, like especially in my district where you have Russell, Osborne, Lincoln, Ellsworth, that could all partner together, and then we could have some type of transit to help these individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. I will not be able to do this topic justice, but what I will tell you is KDOT itself does not own any part of the transit system. We really rely on regional transit authorities, regional transit groups to serve those needs. And then we are a funnel of FTA money, so Federal Transit Administration money and state money to these different entities to help deliver that. So it sounds to me like we probably need to get with the Northwest Kansas region and identify some of the gaps in the current transit system there. And happy to point that out to to Corey Davis, who is our Director of Multimodal Transportation. He is really in the weeds on this, and I'm sure he would love to come give you a presentation on that during the legislative session. But we can definitely follow up on that.
All right, thank you, Secretary.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Senator or Representative Helgerson.
You had mentioned we have several projects that are working in cooperation, hopefully, with Missouri, and that they're going to put in some of the money. I had heard that there was some problems that they had backed away from putting in some of the money. Is that the case?
So I don't know specifically which projects you're talking about. For the Centennial Bridge and all of our bridge crossings on the Missouri River, we actually have agreements in place with Missouri and the state of Missouri and Missouri Department of Transportation as a cost share. So any work that gets done on those bridges will be shared between the two states. So that agreement is already in place. They have not indicated to us that they are backing out of any of those agreements.
Is the cash on the table?
It is committed in their capital improvement plan. That's what I can say.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we have I think it was a 40% gap in money, the cost of inflation versus what we projected,
Yeah.
and that it'll be a challenge in the out years.
Yes.
Okay, does that mean we're going to curtail some of the projects? Or should we be looking at narrowing the scope of the highways that we take care of? You understand what I mean?
I don't specifically understand the second
What are
part.
we, fourth in the country on roads per
No,
individual?
yes, in number, yeah, public roadway, yes.
We'd be looking at deciding that we're not going to take care of certain roads and leave that to the locals.
Yeah, so just to maybe clarify, we are fourth in the nation in public use roadway. That includes all of the county roads already out there. So about 140,000 miles. The majority of that is already on the county-owned system. So KDOT, the state of Kansas, only owns and maintains 10,000 of those miles. All right. I think there is a bigger conversation about the cost to maintain such a large system. And yes, I think we do need to have that conversation. That, I would say, will not be directly impacted by or have an impact on the Ike transportation program. You know, what we are looking at is how we can fill that gap. Federal funds is one option to help fill that gap. Another option is to cut scope in some of our projects and get them to a point that we can actually reasonably deliver a portion of them at the right cost, right? And then, you know, we still have some other tools at our disposal, such as bonding. So those are some things that we should be considering in helping to fill that gap towards the end of the program. Those are all things that we're looking at right now and we're doing analysis on and trying to understand really what the right mix of fixes are to make sure that we deliver as much as we can in this program.
Who makes that decision with you?
So I have a team working with me on that. We have budget analysts who are doing the projections ahead, but ultimately, you know, those decisions are at the discretion of the secretary because you have given me authority to deliver this transportation program.
With consultation with the governor?
The governor is obviously consulted, yes. Yeah.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. You had mentioned about the bridges and about how they really didn't have a plan in place prior to our transportation program. And I guess my question is, will we now that we do have this track record, will we have this plan so we're looking forward for the next 10 years as when it comes to bridges?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. You know, really, that was a response. The lack of backlog of bridge replacement projects in our pipeline was a response to some budget cuts in the mid 2010s. And so rather than devoting resources to continuing to develop projects that may never get constructed, we just decided as an agency to halt further design. And so when the program was initiated, we were able to deliver those that were on the books, but we didn't have anything really waiting behind it. So you are absolutely right, though. The Ike Transportation Program and really commitment of funds beyond Ike is really what can help us ensure that we can continue to deliver these kind of projects. That's what gives us confidence to continue to develop and develop these pipelines and make sure that they are fully stocked so that we are not ever falling behind. So it is imperative that we have that commitment of funding going forward.
And then my last question kind of goes along with it. Well, it goes along with the same funding. I mean, you talked about with changes in the economy, how it's costing 40% more to do these projects. I'm just wondering, is the department, I mean, I know it's an unknown, but we know with the incoming administration that there's been a lot of talk about tariffs. Has there any anticipation about what kind of impact that could have on our transportation costs?
Yeah, I think lots of unknowns, what's going to happen come January. So yeah, we're, as an industry, not just Kansas, but overall national industry, we are looking at scenarios like that, tariffs. We're looking at scenarios where, federal discretionary grants may not be out there anymore. Those are things that we have to look at. But I will say, I'm not putting, until we know exactly what's going to happen, we're not putting a lot of stock into it. We just know that those are potential scenarios going forward. So we are looking at those, yes.
Thank you.
Calvin, I find it interesting that, you're talking 40% increase, and I'm surprised it's that low, really. It amazes me when the TV comes on and on your news and they're talking 3% inflation. I mean, it's just laughable that people don't figure out that, that inflation, that might be, it went up 3% more in that month or something, but inflation is so out of control, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I appreciate that. I am going to clarify here. That's 40% over what we would have estimated with our estimated inflation from 2020. So if you look back at that chart, if you look at what we're projecting the cost of a project to be in 2030 compared to 2020 dollars, it's actually almost double, right? But there was some assumed inflation in there already, and that 40% is just compared to that assumed inflation. So yes, it's real. Yeah.
Other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, thank you. All right, so road usage charge, this is something that really came out of legislative task force. I think there was just a discussion about how do we continue to sustain investment in our transportation system going forward. There's a lot of conversation about loss in value of motor fuel tax over time, loss of real revenue from motor fuels tax, but then loss in value of that revenue with inflation. So you all asked us to start looking at some alternatives. And one of them that is out there, many states use, is the road usage charge. We're going to call it RUC. And the RUC is really, rather than using fuel purchased as a proxy for the miles driven on the system, it's really measuring actual miles driven and charging people for the miles that they drive on the system. It's something that has been implemented in several states, but mostly on the coasts. It has not really been looked at in depth in the Midwest, and I think we all realize that the Midwest culture is different than the coastal culture. And that the needs and the reliance on our vehicles in the Midwest, a relationship with our vehicles is just different than what it is on the coast. So this study was really to understand people's attitudes. What would it look like? How would people perceive it if we move to something like a RUC? And so that is really the purpose of the study. It's not to get into the nuts and bolts of how we would implement a RUC, but just understand how Kansans would perceive moving to a road usage charge. It's been a 3-phase study, but before I get to that, go back one slide. I think there should be a slide, a couple more maybe. Yep, there you go. I did want to show this. Motor fuel tax revenue, there's been a lot of conversation about what happens to motor fuels tax revenue over time, declining amount of revenue that we bring in. I did want to demonstrate the graph on the right. Those are actual revenues received over the last 20 years. So 2003 was the last time that our motor fuels tax revenue rates were adjusted in Kansas. They're currently 24 cents per gallon for gasoline, 26 cents per gallon for diesel. And that's what revenue has done over time. You can see it's not really gone up. It's not really gone down. It's stayed really pretty flat. And that is really two different factors, right, that are playing against each other. One of them is that people are driving more. We show that our vehicle miles traveled has increased. It increases about 0.5% per year across the state. But vehicles are becoming more fuel efficient, and we are getting more vehicles out there that are not relying on motor fuel. So those two are playing against each other. It's basically creating a steady state of revenue over the last 20 years. The question is, what happens going forward? Do people continue to drive more, which I think they will? Do electric vehicles and other non-internal combustion engine vehicles enter the market? I think they probably will. There's just some scenario planning that we need to think about and how that impacts our long-term revenues. But right now, we are collecting about the same amount as what we collected 20 years ago. Now, remember inflation, right? The value of those motor fuels tax dollars has dropped considerably since we last adjusted motor fuels tax. So the big picture of what we're trying to capture in this road usage study is really not to do that long-term analysis, although we did do a little bit of that, but really to like I said, to understand the perception of Kansans with something like a road usage charge. So it was a 3-phase study where we went out and really met with people all across the state to understand what they knew about road usage charge, what their concerns were, what their conceptions were, and really to try to do some data gathering while we developed a pilot study. So the second phase, and if you go to the next slide, it'll talk about this. We designed a pilot program in the second phase. So this was a couple of years ago. And we designed this really with that information in mind, trying to gather as much information as possible. And then this last year, we implemented that pilot. So we went out and asked people all across the state, about 600 participants, and this is on the next slide, 600 participants to participate in the study, to try different technologies in their vehicles, report back, and give us their perceptions. How did they feel about using this? Did they think that it was invading on their privacy? Did they think that it was a fair way to capture this information, this potential revenue? We did not collect anything from anybody. This was really just data gathering. And so now where we're at, we just concluded the study. Final report is essentially on my desk. And we are prepared to present on the findings of this study in the next legislative session. And so with that, I'd like to thank Joel Skelly, who is our policy director. He has really been the one who has been leading this study from the onset. If you guys have any questions, I will try to answer them, but really Joel is the person who is best to answer questions about road usage charge. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Calvin. Questions? I might just state, I've talked to a lot of people in rural Kansas, and the mileage deal is I don't think there anyone out there that I've talked to that thinks that's even close to fair. I know that the electrical vehicle is a big deal. You know, if you've got somebody that comes in from Missouri, goes across to Colorado to snow ski, they're going to have to charge at some point in time in there. Why don't we just put a fee on the chargers, just like we have gas tax, electric tax?
Yeah.
I mean, and if we need to raise the amount that's charged on fuel tax to adjust for inflation, I mean, that's seems to me like something to look at. Many of the businesses, and you get in rural Kansas, I mean, agriculture, number one, there are so many miles traveled in that agriculture businesses that, you know, when you start talking mileage, you know, freight and everything else, I mean, they're bringing crops to the elevator. It's just, to me, it's not a fair charge for agriculture.
Yep. I appreciate that comment. I know the ag sector was was a heavy focus of the study. And, we'll be able to deliver on some of the perspectives we got. And I'll tell you that from what I've read so far, they're not all positive. I mean, this was, we gave people the opportunity to really tell us what they thought. And so, yeah, we heard some negative things also, and we're prepared to report on those. But yeah, I think your perceptions are real, and I think we heard a lot of those same perceptions when we talked to people across the state.
Like I said, people tell me, they're not afraid to tell me, and they do. And like I said, that's something that's not popular at all out there. Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, just kind of going off of what the chairman was talking about, in November, I attended a meeting out of state, and then he and I just got back from a meeting out of state on Saturday. And in both meetings, there was a topic of what do states do about the motor fuels tax? Because it's going to be going down with more efficient vehicles and with electric vehicles. And how do you offset the loss of revenue that we still need to maintain our transportation systems? So I agree with the chairman. I think there needs to be something in regards to the electric vehicles as far as a charge or something. We already have the fee that is in place. Maybe we raise that because actually we're pretty low compared to other states. Even in the Midwest region, we're pretty low. We're only going to see electric vehicles increase in production and sales. So maybe that's an avenue that we possibly look at. The other thing, it was a few months ago, I was watching, I believe, 60 Minutes, and they were doing a story on the road usage of the electric vehicles because of their sheer weight and what damage they do to the roads. And what I found very interesting was what they do to guardrails, because they are so much significantly heavier than a normal vehicle, that the guardrails that we have in place across the entire transportation system in the United States, but specifically here in Kansas, is that a normal vehicle, if they happen to hit the guardrail, will be steered back onto the road, most likely, whereas an electric vehicle just plows right through it and tears through it. And so I didn't know if there was anything that that KDOT has been looking at in regards to the guardrails in our system. And then I have another question in regards to agriculture. And I do agree with the chairman. They, in both meetings that I've attended out of state, they have talked about miles driven. I don't particularly like that approach because, I mean, just in the farming industry, you drive a lot of miles from, field to field or wherever pasture you might have your livestock in. I don't think that is the right approach in trying to supplement the loss in the motor fuels tax, but I agree with the chairman in regards to that.
Yep.
Other questions?
I have another question, but I wanted to answer about the guardrail.
Would you like me to respond about the guardrail?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is an emerging issue. I think states all over the country right now are looking at the information that's coming back about the weight of the EVs and the damage they do to roadways. I think we're still trying to understand that. But the guardrail is a real issue. I've seen some videos out there of tests done on guardrails with similar size electric vehicles, but much heavier electric vehicles. And it is an issue, right? I think the right answer here is to work with industry. It's not just weight, but it's weight distribution. So working with the automotive industry, not Kansas specifically, but as a coalition, helping them to solve this problem, because the cost to go out and upgrade all of the guardrail infrastructure across the United States would be tremendous, and it would take generations to do it, to be honest.
Do you know what the cost would be just for the state of Kansas?
We could get that. I mean, what we can tell you is how many miles of guardrail we have in the state of Kansas. We can give you a rough estimate of what it would cost to replace it.
Okay. And then my final question is, could you elaborate on the slide that says what considerations should be made for agriculture and trucking, specifically agriculture?
Yeah, I'm going to actually ask Joel if he wouldn't mind coming up and speaking about that.
Good morning, Joel Skelly, Director of Policy, KDOT. Yes, to your question about considerations for ag, what you guys have just spoke about was part of that conversation that we had with different industry groups and partner groups across the state to consider how many miles are driven. And it was both for ag and rural folks to look at, well, what are you driving? where are you driving? Ag industry, a lot of times, we have lots of large farms. And so what you mentioned earlier, driving from one pasture to the other or one field to the other, you may not actually even be getting onto a roadway facility. In that case, trying to find ways to actually make it fair or equitable to have those miles actually excluded. There are ways to try and do that. Of course, that revolves around a lot of technology, which then flips the switch over to people's concerns about privacy. So there are a lot of things that have to be considered, but this was part of the study to try and gain better insights and knowledge or understanding about those folks, in particular in the agricultural industry and the rural sectors of the state, because of that very topic that you both brought up about the fact that rural folks tend to drive more miles. And so we wanted to understand that, be able to share some of what we've heard from some of the other states that have actually done programs or implemented programs across the country to help us understand how and if this may be an option for the state to consider in the future for funding.
This isn't including tractors or combines or, that's
No,
not including that,
no.
okay.
No, the ag industry would be more so for hauling grain.
Trucks
Yeah,
and-
the trucks
and
primarily,
pickups.
yeah, and pickup trucks, the semis that haul the grain or the livestock, pickup trucks that farm operations operate, yeah. But not the off-road, like the combines and the tractors and that are typically all in the fields.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As a Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I assume it's a device that you plug into the car?
It could be. So there are, again, we explored within the pilot, and I'll get into a lot of this here in the, when we provide a full briefing for you all next in this upcoming session. But there are a multitude of ways to consider tracking or logging miles for people that use the system. It could be a device that people could volunteer to use, whether it be, there's a popular one that was used for a long time, OBD2, which is the thing that plugs into your port that mechanics use a lot of times to diagnose. That has kind of gone by the wayside. There are cellular phones and there are actually telematics that allow for that sort of logging of miles. And telematics is actually in-board computer systems on your vehicles that are already there. A lot of that is tied to new fleet, not some of the older stuff that some folks may be driving. But a lot of that is taken into consideration, again, to try and explore what might be an option. And none of them may be an option.
Yeah, I would agree with the chair and the vice chair that we, in rural, agriculture aside, just we travel so far. To go to a doctor, we'll, travel an hour. And I think, I was looking at your map, your geographic breakdown of participants. I don't know where all of the rural participants came from, if there was a few, but I would contend that rural travel in eastern Kansas is far different than rural travel along the last four, anywhere from, so, and it looks like that it was pretty, it was maybe kind of eastern driven, but so I think that we need to really look at other ways besides doing a per mile charge.
Representative Hilderson.
You mentioned that, Secretary mentioned that there were several other states on the coast that have adopted these kind of models. Can you specifically tell me in the future listing of the states and whether or not it's a statewide or a regional type of option?
Yes, I can do that actually now if you'd like.
Yeah,
Or
that'd be
so
fine.
states that have enacted or implemented a program, Oregon was the very first one actually several years ago, actually multiple years ago to do it. Utah has, Virginia has, Hawaii just recently did. Now they have a completely unique situation because they don't have any interstate movement as far as highway miles. But the three that really we've looked at have been Utah, Oregon, and Virginia that have all had these in place for at least a couple of years, if not almost 10.
Okay. reports on the secretary's desk. You just referenced that you'll probably be presenting information to the legislature. So we'll get a briefing at that time on this. You're not planning on any legislation being introduced?
No, no. And again, to emphasize the fact that this was purely to try and understand, get a better understanding of what these, this road usage charge could be or could look like in Kansas, and then to get our perspective out into the national conversation. So this is not only just a state sort of discussion happening, this is a national discussion happening. The federal government actually has been looking at this and starting to explore it, and that's part of where this has come from too, is the idea that they're looking for ways to find sustainable funding or revenue for the future. Because there is the consideration, how do we move forward as not only a state, but a country, because we get federal funds to help do transportation investment. How do they then provide those funds through possibly a sustainable user fee?
I'll hold the rest of my questions till the session.
Look forward to them.
Any other questions? Seeing none, well, Joel, thank you. Did you have anything else, Calvin?
No, I think I appreciate the opportunity. The road usage charge discussion, really this is about helping educate the legislature about the perceptions of all the folks in your districts. And I know you guys have good conversations with people in your districts. And like you said, you've heard from them already. But this is really to give you that broader perspective as we start looking about how we might fund transportation in the future. We are not ready to propose legislation. We wouldn't do that without working with you guys first, and we appreciate the opportunity to just have these discussions with you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Yep. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you guys too. Next, we'll have Bill Kansas Matching Grant Program. We'll have an update from Matthew Volz, Executive Director of Kansas Infrastructure Hub. Matthew, welcome to the committee.
I'll take a minute or so here to get set up with our slides. Okay, I think we're ready to go. All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us here today to present on the Bill Kansas Fund and where the status is. I do recognize that several of the members of the committee are also on our Bill Kansas Fund Advisory Committee, so this may seem a little bit repetitive. I apologize for that. But for the members who are not on our committee, I do want to go over a quick overview of the Bill Kansas Fund and what we do within our office. Just so you know, the bipartisan infrastructure law, which was passed in late 2021 and covers federal fiscal years 22 to 26, is a $1.2 trillion infrastructure program here in the United States. The important fact about that is that a large portion of that, 60%, goes towards formula funds, which are distributed across the country on a formula basis to all the states, but then 40% are discretionary funds or competitive grant funds. Unheard of in our industry and a very large amount of money to be put out there for competitive grant programs. That is what the Kansas Infrastructure Hub focuses on, and we focus on helping our smaller communities here in Kansas take advantage of these lucrative federal dollars. Quick overview of our office. So we are a multi-agency. We have an 8-member steering committee, 8-agency member steering committee made up of the Department of Ag, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Kansas Department of Commerce, their broadband office, the Kansas Commerce Commission, KDOT, Kansas Division of Emergency Management, Kansas Water Office, and the Office of Information Technology and Services. We're also, in addition to being multi-agency, we're also multi-infrastructure. So we focus on transportation, water, cybersecurity, broadband, resilience, energy, anything that has infrastructure relation here in Kansas. We do this in 2 ways. So we do this through technical assistance, and then we also administer the Build Kansas Fund. Now, our technical assistance consists of essentially providing assistance to our local communities in the form of, we'll answer phone calls, questions, emails. We'll actually go out and present to communities. We present at conferences, present at local regional meetings. We do grant seminars. Essentially, we try to match up grant programs with projects and try to match projects to grant programs. We're essentially facilitators of grant funding, federal grant funding here in Kansas. We'll also inform the local communities about our state funding and grant programs as well as our federal grant programs. And then the Build Kansas Fund is the $200 million fund that is specifically for match dollars to federal grants. So a typical federal grant will have, say, what they call an 80-20 match. If you take a $1 million project, 80% would be covered by the federal government, $800,000. That would leave $200,000 in match dollars that need to be covered by that local entity. Well, the Build Kansas Fund is there to cover that $200,000 match. Essentially, that can be a large impediment to a local community or a smaller community applying for a federal grant. So the Build Kansas Fund is here to reduce or remove that impediment to applying for a federal grant. We've got a very simple application process, takes about an hour. We review those every month. We review them at our steering committee and then bring them up to our advisory committee for review as well. That $200 million, it's got a 4-year lifespan. It goes through the end of, or fiscal year 2027. And it is required in legislation that we have to administer at least $10 million of that Build Kansas Fund into each of the 8 economic development districts in the state of Kansas, as shown on that map there on the right-hand side. We do have a process. This is our workflow. Essentially, the local entity will apply to the Infrastructure Hub, our office, for the Build Kansas Fund amount that they need to provide the match dollars for the federal grant that they're applying for. That then goes to our steering committee. Again, that's the 8 agencies that make up that steering committee for review and approval. Then we bring it up to our legislative advisory committee for review and approval. And then, if they are actually awarded a federal grant, it goes to the state treasurer's office, and they will actually process an agreement where they are then reimbursed from the Build Kansas Fund to the local entity. So, to date, what have we funded? We actually have 31 projects in the state of Kansas that we funded to date. I won't read all of these. These are on your slide right there. What I would note on there is the dollar amounts. So what you'll see in the parentheses on the side, what that is that's the amount that came from the Build Kansas Fund. The second figure is the federal dollar grant amount. And if there's a third figure, that is actually what the local entity supplied towards that project. As far as categories of project, building resilient infrastructure in communities, this is designed to provide infrastructure that will provide more resilience to communities. You can see we've funded projects in Russell and Ozaki for grid improvements and water and wastewater systems. The 4101D program is, again, more grid resiliency types of projects, and this is where we actually fund a lot of our smaller rural electric cooperatives and city-owned electric cooperatives to, again, improve their electrical grid, which is very aged here in Kansas. And then Water Smart programs, that's very much an umbrella program that covers a lot of water-type projects in the state of Kansas. or can cover water projects in the state of Kansas. This is a federal program. To date, we've had 2 awards in that, one to Dodge City, where they're actually using treated effluent to recharge the Ogallala Aquifer. And then in the Southwest Kansas Groundwater Management District, we're taking open irrigation ditches and converting those over to pipeline to reduce infiltration and evaporation losses. The Safe Streets and Roads for All program is a really popular program here in Kansas. There are actually 49 awards in this grant program here in the state of Kansas, a tremendous amount. We've got one of the highest numbers in the country. The Build Kansas Fund has helped out on 7 of these projects around the state. And again, you can see the list of the cities that have received those grants. And then the AIG, or Airport Infrastructure Grant and Airport Terminal Grant Program. Again, we've provided match dollars to those cities for those federal grants along the way. And just so you can see this, a little easier format to see graphically where all of these locations are. We've got a map here that shows the location of all the grant program or grant awardees that we have here in the state of Kansas. We've broken that out by the type of program and where they're located at. From a dollar perspective, just where we sit with the Build Kansas Fund, these are dashboards, and we actually publish these up on our website. And the one in the upper left-hand side shows where the Build Kansas Fund is to date. So far, we have committed $29 million of our Build Kansas Fund, or roughly 15% of it, towards projects, towards those matched dollars. Number of applications approved is 68 so far, 55 in fiscal year 24, and 13 so far in fiscal year 25. Number of federal awards we've received. Of those 68 that we've approved, 31 have received federal awards so far. And that has brought back in just under $46 million back into the state of Kansas. On the left-hand side, just another way of breaking down some of our values, the total value of all of these awarded projects, when you combine the federal funding, the Build Kansas funding, and the applicant contribution, is just over $100 million. As far as a return on investment for the state of Kansas, again, that $29 million of Build Kansas funding that's been committed has brought back in just under $46 million of federal funds for a return on investment of 158%. And this is another dashboard on our website. Again, this shows project locations around the state. One thing I would point out on here is in the lower right-hand side. I mentioned earlier we have a commitment of at least $10 million per economic development district in the state of Kansas. And that chart on the bottom right just shows where our status is on those 8 economic development districts and where they stand with respect to obtaining Build Kansas funds, and the yellow is where they're waiting award of a federal grant. Explain more about that here with this slide. So of the 68 projects that we have approved so far, again, 31 have been awarded a federal grant, but we have 27 that are out there waiting for federal awards. They've been waiting for quite a while. And I know at last month's advisory committee meeting, I expressed that we would hopefully see some of these awards get announced very soon. I'm still waiting. I would expect to see something come out of the Biden administration before January 20th on many of these programs. And then, again, another way to break this money down, again, $29 million has been committed from the Build Kansas Fund over on the right-hand side. The ones that are awaiting award, it's another $29 million worth of Build Kansas funding. And then, just so you know, there's our projects that don't get awarded federal grants. That's 10 of those so far. And that money, that $42 million that we would have committed if they've been awarded a federal award, gets recycled back into our Build Kansas Fund for redistribution to other projects. There was a question at one of our past advisory committee meetings about how much money we spend on planning projects versus implementation projects. We did break this down. So far, of the 68 projects that we have approved through the Build Kansas Fund, 51 are for implementation projects or construction projects. 15 are for planning, and then we have 2 that are we call hybrid. They're a combination of planning and demonstration project. From a funding perspective, the large majority of what is being funded through the Build Kansas Fund goes towards implementation projects. They're obviously bigger dollar and they take more funding, and then a small percent go to planning and to those hybrid projects. And with that, I will open up for questions.
Thank you. Matthew, questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I should know this, but I'm going to ask. There was a water project for the city of Hayes. And when that was introduced, I kind of interjected with that because also the city of Russell has a component in regards to that. Now, there's been some media reports that that's been funded, but I'm not seeing it here as one of the funded projects.
Right, right. So that funding was for technical assistance only. And so what they're getting from FEMA is they're getting actual technical assistance to help them produce a more refined application, more competitive application in the next round of BRIC. So what they've been doing is I've talked with John Brown out there, who you know, and he said that they've actually met with FEMA now a couple of times. They come out and reviewed the project. They've tried to give them some assistance on the planning portion of the project, trying to make their next application to BRIC a bit more competitive. And yeah, it's very small amount of technical assistance funding that they've received on that project.
I thought in what I've read in the Hayes Post and the Hayes Daily News was actually the project.
Yeah.
That came from the city manager.
Yeah, I have not seen that, no. And I looked at that one, and it's on our list of projects that were not awarded. They had asked for $50 million federal funding originally, but they were not awarded a BRIC grant.
So they were not awarded that?
No.
So those reports that have been in the media is incorrect?
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they're thinking about the technical assistance award. They might be.
It was the $50 million.
Yeah.
That they said that they were being awarded.
Yeah. Now, they are asking for a congressionally directed spending, and I've not seen any results from that. I don't think we'll see that until the appropriations bill gets passed.
Not aware of that.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Hilverson.
Do we have any peer states that have not developed a project such as ours in comparison to how many federal grants they're getting? I know it's nice to show that we're getting 158% return, but if we had not been there or not done this, some of the projects would have been funded with federal funds anyway, because they would have come up with money in other ways. And I guess my question is, we're comparing us putting in the money, but if we had not had this 200 million, there would have been opportunities for locals or other entities to fund some of these projects. And did we ever develop peer states to show, what is it, Iowa's fairly similar to us dollar-wise? What is their return on federal government grants compared to ours?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, and it's hard to answer that, of course, whether or not they would have received the federal grant or whether they would have come up with the money or not come up with the money. I will tell you that from a large part of our recipients of Bill Kansas Fund are obviously very grateful for it, and I don't think they could have applied for these federal grants without it. I couldn't tell you which ones could have, which ones couldn't have. But it's a good question about the other peer states and find out where everybody else sits with respect to funding going to these local communities. And you have to separate that out a little bit because funding, like Secretary Reed just presented, they have some very large federal grant awards that they've received recently, which is great for the state of Kansas. You notice that we brought back in $46 million, which might sound like a small amount of dollars, but then you look at it, we've helped 31 small communities here in Kansas. And that's really what we consider to be, our job is to help smaller communities here in Kansas with this type of funding. So the awards are smaller, but it is a lot of awards.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Just as a follow-up on that, I guess maybe, would it be possible, like for these, because I know the whole purpose of this was to really help smaller communities with the process. So is there a way, when you're looking at, would they have been able to do it without this funding, this being available or not? How long some of them might have had this in their pipeline for, they would know that, they knew they it was a need out there, but they didn't have the ability to move forward, and this has actually helped them. Is that possible to?
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly ask them that question, find out, hey, would you have done this without this funding? And see what we get back for an
We're
answer.
going to say, well, no, we would have not. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, I guess the question would be how long you've been wanting to move forward on this, but not had the capacity to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
And I will say that a lot of it is responsive on the grant programs. I mean, when a grant program gets published or announced, a lot of them will say, hey, I got an idea, I want to fund this through this grant program. So they may not have had this even as an idea or concept yet. So it's a really hard question to answer, but more than happy to answer it and ask that question and get an answer to it if we can. And I guess I like your question as well, Representative Helgerson, let's check with our peer states and find out where they sort of sit in here in the Midwest with respect to funding for local projects, local agencies versus going to, just to the state agencies themselves.
Other questions? Seeing none? Did you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Matthew, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Committee, I might mention again to look at the minutes sometime, maybe when you get back from lunch or before lunch, and we'll vote on those when we get back from lunch. I guess with that, we're going to recess for lunch. Committee, has everyone had a chance to look at the minutes? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the minutes that we have in our packet from November 7th, 2023. What's the other date? September 4th, 2024, and November 25th, 2024.
I have a motion seconded by Representative Hilgerson. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll have the State Department of Education K-12 bonding and elections. Frank Harwood. Frank, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Happy to be here today to talk about K-12 school bonds. There were a couple of questions that we got sent and we provided some information. So if it pleases the chair, I'll just kind of explain the memo that we sent over and then stand for questions as we go through. The first question we saw in the invitation that we received is the total bonded indebtedness for all districts, and that's just about $6.7 billion. The other question that we had was about recent bond issues, and so we included a memo that we'll actually send to the legislature after the first of the year that we send every year. It's the information on bonds that have been passed since 2016, and so this is a list of all the bonds and the state aid amounts that are associated with those school bonds since 2016. I wanted just the reason that we've been providing that since 2016 is in 2015, there was a significant change to the way bonded interest for capital improvement state aid is provided. And so the table in the middle of the cover page just shows that there are 98 school districts that are receiving state aid for bonds before July 1 of 2015 for a total of about 178 million. There are actually 100 districts that have passed bonds since July 1 of 2015. 26 received state aid for a total of $9.6 million is our estimate for the coming year. And so just how that's changed is that prior to, if the law, prior to 2015 law were in place now, there would be 189 districts that would be eligible for state aid with an average of 32% state aid. Current law, there are 84 districts with an average of 5% state aid. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Questions? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you anticipate that if there's any bond measures that go to the ballot with the increases in property taxes, does that hinder the possibility of a bond being approved by the voters?
So I think it does. We actually looked at this recently, and actually I just brought some information about, so for last year, there were 25 bonds that were approved by the state board, 14 of them passed. And so we had 9 fail. The year before that, it was 20 bonds and 12 passed. And so we see about 2/3 of the bonds pass. And that is always going to be a combination of what is the tax burden associated with the bond and how well the district explains the need for the bond. The pass rate doesn't seem to have changed dramatically since this change in state aid, but the mill levies required to fund the bonds that have passed has gone up significantly.
Right. And then the other question I have is, and this was just recently brought to my attention, is that if a school district had used ESSER funds, I believe it was ESSER funds, for upgrading an existing building, and I think that the amount was over 1.5 million. I don't know if that's a threshold or not with the federal government. Then basically the federal Department of Education essentially has a lien on that building for 25 years. And that building cannot be used for any other purpose than what it was used for when they did the upgrading. And so I'm kind of wondering if any past or current or potential bonding measures, if that would wreak some havoc with some school districts because they had used those funds and then they're finding out later that the federal government has an interest in that building and
So it has been true for a number of years that if you use federal funds to build or significantly enhance a building, that the federal government in essence ends up with an ownership stake in the building. And that would be true for ESSER funds. That was information that we found out later in the ESSER process. And there were some districts that then decided to change the funding source for some projects. Mostly they were HVAC projects, and some districts didn't. And that would be determined on if they thought there was going to be a problem with those stipulations based on the federal grant monies. And I think, I mean, we caution districts always when you're using federal funds, there are a number of agreements that you're making in using those federal funds. And so the two things that caught districts on the ESSER funds specifically were that ownership interest and then some of the bidding things that had to go in place had to do with market value wages and some other things that they had to make sure that they were complying with.
right. And then how many school districts did that impact?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, all 286 districts received ESSER funds. Several of them chose deliberately not to use ESSER funds on building projects. For that reason. Others decided that was the best use of the funds, and we tried to do the best we can to help them understand the rules involved with that. And at some point, the district may be faced with the idea of that if they are needing to break that agreement, that they may be responsible for repaying some of those funds.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, would you like to proceed, or was that all you had?
Like I said, the questions that covered the questions that were in the invitation we received. I'm happy to cover any other information that the committee would like to hear about.
I guess I might ask you, the interest rates on the bonds, is that up quite a little level? Where are we at on interest rates?
So I could, about 4.5. So
4.5.
it's up significantly from where it was when I was a superintendent selling bonds. We were getting bonds for 1%. So it is up. It's not gone like mortgages have. And the issue with bonds is the day. I mean, it's much more volatile than the mortgage rates are just because what's out there. Also, the size of the bond, the terms of the bond make a big difference in what they're bidding for. So it's typically lower than mortgage rates, but it is up.
So has that slowed construction down a little? I mean, 4% versus 1%, that's quite a...
I think the thing that has probably got districts to pause more than interest rates are just construction costs. I guess the producer's price index is what we use to manage the bond cap. I would say that is a bigger deterrent just because the same project from 2015 is now, 30% more. I would say that some districts are faced with, now we're in a situation, we have districts that are passing bond issues to replace 100-year-old buildings, which had great service, but its timing is not great with interest rates and some other things that are going on there. But their communities feel like that it's what needs to happen.
When you combine the two, the interest rate and the construction costs, it's...
Yeah, school construction, it's more expensive. I mean, as a superintendent, we were very fortunate in that we passed a 2018 bond, sold them all when interest rates were low, had all our construction contracts in place right before the pandemic. So I mean, it was kind of the best of both worlds because labor prices went down because there wasn't a lot of construction going on, but we already had the materials coming because right after that there was a shortage of materials and it went up. So after the pandemic, there has been a time, and I think there have been districts that have looked at, well, if we delay because of interest rates, what happens with the production or with the building costs And I think those are all things that are going into their conversations about what do we really need and when should we do it?
So on these numbers you shared with us, is it like every year or every 5 years? How many of these come off every year? I know new ones come on.
So bonds are typically 20, 25, or 30 years. So there are bonds that get paid off every year.
Every year?
And so what we look at as opposed to the number that are being paid off is how much total indebtedness gets paid off, because the cap in the statute looks at how much principal is paid down, and then we apply the production price increase, and that sets the cap for the next year. But every year, somebody's paying on off about every year.
Yeah. So what is the cap?
So what is the cap?
Is that?
The cap for this year? 593 million right now. It's, yeah, 593 was a total.
For the year?
Yeah. Now, so the state board approves, so the cap only applies to bond issues that receive state aid. And so there's several things that get taken off. And so the state board approves those on a monthly basis. And looking at the bonds that have already been approved so far this year, is likely that we could exceed the cap at the next state board meeting. That's something we're looking at now.
So once the cap's reached, no one can do anything until some comes off where they get
Once
under
the cap is reached, so again, it only applies to those that are receiving state aid. Also, if they haven't had a bond for 25 years and they don't count towards the cap, and they can still get state aid. But once that cap is met, the state board can provisionally approve bond issues. And then what happens then if we have a bond in February, if that one were to fail, then that would free up cap room and somebody could proceed. Otherwise, they are preliminarily approved for the next fiscal year.
Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate you being here today.
Anytime we can help.
You bet. Do we have him there? I guess we could recess for a little bit here.
Just got it.
Yeah. Yeah, we might just take 15-minute break here. So we'll recess for 15 minutes and give them a chance to get back on schedule. Next up, we'll have the Kansas State Historical Society. We'll have update on the Kansas Museum of History and the Curtis House. Patrick Zollner, welcome to committee, Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to give you the update today. I have some good news about the Curtis House, and at the end of this, I have a PowerPoint if you want to see some images. But just to briefly recap, way back in the 80s, statutes were passed by the legislature authorizing the acquisition of the house by the Kansas Historical Society. That didn't happen for a variety of reasons. But the past 2024 legislature did appropriate $300,000 in SGF to purchase the house in accordance with those statutes. At the time, the owners were asking $750,000 for the property, and our sister organization, the Kansas Historical Foundation, was tasked with helping to raise funds if it required above that. So in August, we did receive the completed appraisal report by 3 certified appraisers as the statute specified, and they came back with a value, maybe not surprising, of $300,000. On August 12th, the personal property appraisal came back at a total of $46,274, and it was always part of the kind of the package deal. So that kind of potentially, that's why we were trying to raise funds. In September, we reached a verbal agreement with the sellers to purchase the property for $300,000. And then it's some more negotiations, and they generously agreed to donate the furniture and the contents within. So we thought we were done, and then we kind of ran afoul of red tape, for lack of a better word. To comply with the statute, the Attorney General needs to review an abstract of title, and there's not currently one for this property, and that's something that's no longer required by, for selling property. So we're still trying to work through how we can get around this sort of circular roadblock, but it's very promising, and we hope to do that as soon as we can figure out a solution there. If we have to hire someone to do that, we plan to. And if you want to see the pictures of the Curtis House, since I'm on it now, I'll be happy to show you some. These were taken in green grass earlier this year in one of our many site visits to the property. If you haven't been there, again, it was operated by as a private museum for at least the last 20 years by the late Nova Cottrell and her husband. This was the home of Vice President Charles Curtis during up to the time of his death. And this is just across from the new KDHE lab, for a better way of describing things, so it's not far. Just going around, the house had been restored painstakingly over the years by the Cottrells. And the interior is, and having looked at historic buildings for well over 30 years now in my line of work, it's pretty fabulous, the quality of woodwork and detailing inside the house. I just picked a couple of representative photos. There's literally dozens. This also shows a little bit of the contents. Example fireplace, the upstairs area. And then we'll get to the museum. Again, the plan is to open it as a state historic site, to provide tours initially, and some of the funds that we are seeking privately will pay for new exhibits on the life of Charles Curtis through his vice presidency, and in particular look at the impacts of the Curtis Act. I passed that when he was a senator here, and the long-term, long-ranging impacts of that on Native Americans. So to the museum update. I was before the Appropriations Committee last year and for an update, and this is the part where I have to say, well, I was wrong then, because at the time then we said we were going to be opening on Kansas Day 2025, and that is not going to happen. The main part is during this process with the design, in May, we basically found out we were getting close on the fabrication design that there would be significant interior gallery infrastructure, basically the walls to hang the exhibits on. And there's an interior ramp. And that had not been addressed in Dimensional Innovations contract. And that's the first time that we caught it. Once we knew that, we looked at options. We talked at the time John Penniger was acting as interim CEO for our sister, the Kansas Historical Foundation. They have raised $6.45 million for this. So we met with Secretary Profit to see if the state would help up the ante, and we have just over $900,000 in an enhanced supplement for this year to construct those gallery walls. And so because of that, well then, he says proceed, use existing funds, we got to get started. And so we went out to bid. I think I have the timeline here. It's kind of too painful to read, but basically the first time it went around, we received no bids. And this was after having a very well-attended pre-bid meeting where we thought, hey, this is no problem. The second time was the charm. We have received 5 bids, and then we had a little later hiccup there where they didn't include the cost of materials. And finally, we've got that all sorted out. And I think just last week, we finally signed the contract to construct the interior wall. So that has pushed everything back by all of those months. And so this work is to be completed on March 21st. And then DI can start the installation. They're in the fabrication phase on the galleries. To recap, I have some photos here to show you where we are now. The lobby renovation is part of this project, and you can see some of our new wood is stacked up there. That was one of our wow things. The foundation purchased a historic plane built in Coffeyville, Kansas, a Funk airplane. It's a wow factor in the lobby that's been purchased. The museum store, it's going back to its original position. Those of you who remember the lobby, when you come out of the gallery, you see the museum store. A new classroom was built on the side of where the former Discovery Place was located. We, as part of this, are in circa 1984 restrooms. I thought they had vintage appeal, and Matt Chappell here insisted that we needed to upgrade those for our visitor experience. So they received a mild upgrade, new floors, sinks, dividers. The train is still there. That's our number one question we get, other than when are we going to reopen, is the train still there? Yes, it's still there. We had it covered, I think I showed you last year, more intensively with some protection from all of the deconstruction work, taking down the old, and it's ready to be cleaned. There's some new things you'll see from the schematic. There's a box car. It's a historic box car that is going to be used to interpret several different things, including housing, as it was used historically. You can see the boards over the floor. Some of the work we had to do is staining the concrete for the agricultural exhibit. One super fun thing is, this is off my head, so we have over 120,000 artifacts, but maybe 4,000 were on display at any one time, and that's going to be similar ratio to the new gallery. The doorway into the collection storage is our in-house exhibit designer designed this window bubble, so when the fire door is open, you can see into the collections area, and we can then stage and position large objects, other things to expand our storytelling. So we're excited about that. Here's the schematic. As I've mentioned previously, the difference, and this was Jenny Chen's vision, instead of the chronological version of a museum gallery like we had before, you start with the earth cooled and you go up through time, it's thematic. And so this way you can tell stories for people and events that happen at different points over time. And you don't just read, for example, about Native Americans in the beginning, because they're still here, right? So you enter with something called What is Kansas? And so we talk about that. Bleeding Kansas is a chronologically ordered gallery because, well, you need to know who's doing what retribution for what other deed, right? Changing Kansas, Why Kansas, Making Kansas, Connecting Kansas. We did get a donation from the Prairie Band Potawatomi tribe of a full-size bison. It was determined our stuffed bison that we already had was a juvenile, so that's one enhancement, I guess, that's since the last time I talked. And then here are just some representative images from our contractor, Dimensional Innovations, on how the gallery design is progressing. Their engineering. There's Making Kansas. We dusted out an old Ford grain truck. The windmill was already there. And one of the, just an example of how we're going to explain the westward trail section. So And the power of the press. That's one of the ones where we get to talk about William Allen White and feature his printing press. So that is basically the news in short, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we get closer to the docking building being opened, are you going to have any exhibits there that are rotating or there all the time?
Great question. We have been working as part of it, sort of the timing is added on, but we've been active part of that process. At the moment, our involvement is with the historic part of the docking building, its history, as well as the history of kind of the Capitol area complex, because it's going to tie into our visitor center exhibits here now. Right now, we don't have a rotating exhibit plan for it. I know talking to Frank, they have that capability in the future, but right now our role is working on the historic aspects of the exhibit for docking in particular and this larger area, the Capitol complex.
But there is an area there.
Yes, it's on the 3rd floor, I believe.
Right. So is that something that once you get the other done, you'll look at?
Yeah, right, we could work on rotating. Now, we will have a special exhibit gallery here where we do rotate exhibits. Our first one is working with Commerce on the history of Kansas magazine. Our second one in 2026, in time for the whole US 250, the semi-quincentennial, we're doing a planning exhibit called Kansas 1776. And not just talking about what Kansas was like in 1776, but using that as a flashpoint to look before and after our history. So in the future, yes, there is nothing planned, to clarify, at the moment for a rotating exhibit at the docking, but we would have the ability to do that.
I've said this several times, I'd really encourage you to do so. I think that if we can create a little bit of a museum here within the complex, it can enhance the museum out there, get people interested in going on out there. I've been to a couple of different capitals, and their museum is right there by the Capitol, and people can walk across and see it. I think it's something that would be beneficial for us. So
Absolutely.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe you said there's 126,000 exhibits or items?
Facts, something like that, in the 120,000 range, yes, in our collection.
And you said 4,000 are on display.
That was from the previous gallery, and right now approximately that number will go back, yes, just based on physical size and so on.
I mean, it's been a number of years ago, but we had a reception at the
Yes.
Kansas Museum.
We plan
And
to offer that again too.
Good, because actually it was really interesting because we were able to go into that back room.
Right,
and
where all the
see-
good stuff is.
Yeah, I'll see all of the stuff that's not on display.
Right.
And I mean, like one of them, I think I have this right, was Ed Asner's desk.
Yes.
From the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Yes.
And then, I mean, it was just very interesting to see the artifacts that are not on display. So I didn't know if there's a plan, and kind of going back to Representative Hoffman's question, I mean, like, possibly could some of those artifacts be on display at docking? Or is there a plan to have like a rotating exhibit where you could see, I mean, and I know some of those are probably donated and it's maybe not entirely of a historical value, but some of those interesting pieces, because, I mean, you could have a whole, I'm not trying to tell you what kind of displays to have,
Notes.
but like going back to Ed Asner's desk, I mean, there could be a whole thing about, famous actors from Kansas, and you could show that desk.
Absolutely.
Which I had no idea that desk was even back there. We have Kirstie Alley. I mean, you go through a number of people that have been on TV who are, from Kansas.
In those type of situations is in our own special exhibit gallery, which is rotating and it has different time frames, hopefully 2 per year at the least, is when we can do that. I am not 100% sure on the docking space what would be available for a rotating exhibit, and we would need to talk with Frank more. It was more maybe commerce and tourism related on the rotating things, but we will certainly work however we can. But we do want people, you mentioned this, to come here. We have wonderful exhibits here. The new docking's going to be great, and then with Curtis House here, we have a nice circulation pattern, then get them to drive out to West Topeka to see us.
So is there going to be like a kiosk or some type of information about what we would deem as famous Kansans?
In our gallery, yes, there will be a, I don't have the slide specific. There's, yes, I've seen one design that's sort of a rotating hall, Faces of Kansas is what it was called.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Representative Helgerson? Nope. Well, I just seen your hand. I just want to make sure. Well, thank you, Patrick, for being here today, and good luck. Hopefully you'll get things finished out
We're
there.
excited, and we'll invite you all out. We'll have some special tours, so.
Thank you. Is our next presenter here? Are they on Zoom? Well, we'll take another little recess until the next report comes in, so we'll just recess here until we get Dear, give us some written information ahead of Bob North getting here. So, Dylan, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Dylan Deere. I'm the Assistant Director for Fiscal Affairs. There was an invitation sent to the Department of Administration to testify regarding ARPA. As a result of scheduling conflicts, they are not able to be here. They did provide written-only testimony. The letter that you have in front of you is the ARPA letter. It basically talks about that all of the funding has been expended. The obligation of these funds has to be completed by December 31st, 2024. You should have a letter on D of A letterhead. It's just a little one-pager. Looks like this. I can tell you in addition to this, my conversations with the Department of Administration indicate that when you include the interest as a portion of funds, there's about $28 million still left out there that's unobligated. However, of that $28 million, roughly $7 million of that, $8 million, is going to be operational costs for the implementation of the various ARPA projects through the Office of Recovery, mostly the accounting fees that are paid out to the private contractors that are handling that verification. There is another document before you, and that is this table that's on about 4 pages. So this is organized by project ID on the left-hand column. And so what the Department of Administration has done is they've associated a department ID with each one of the various projects. Then an agency ID, agency name, so that means that is the agency in which the spending is occurring out of. A generic name for the project, the original allocated amount, any additional amount of allocation, the net amount, so the number of those two, that column 1 and column 2 summed together, and then total spend through November 20th, 2024, okay, and the amount remaining to be spent. Of course, as noted in the letter here, they still do have 2 years to complete that spending, but that lets you know like how much money is still out there that's somehow in some way, shape, or form still in state coffers. So to make a long story short, if you turn to page 4, that number is $610.3 million of funds that are still unspent as of this time. That just means that they have been obligated, okay, but they have not actually gone out the door at this point. I would note that we will continue to draw interest on these funds until they actually leave the state, and that interest is currently being deposited back into those federal ARPA funds, is the way that's being handled. So you can look back through this at your leisure. You can see, there's money that's really sort of relatively straightforward. There's $23.1 million that's still outstanding for docking. Of course, docking is not complete yet, so it would be reasonable to assume that there would still be unspent funds that are out there. This is also true of like KDHE Laboratory. There's still work being completed on the KDHE lab. And so what you're mostly seeing here is not money that's never going to be spent, but simply money that is in the process of being spent. But I thought it would sort of shed a light on those expenditure of funds. And it also provides a really good sort of breakdown of where those ARPA projects have occurred, where that spending has occurred. And so this is produced not by the Legislative Research Department, but rather by the Department of Administration inside of the Division of Accounts and Reports is where this data is coming from, and it's stored in the accounting system. So with that, I would sort of stand for questions. I wasn't really going to go through, the big outstanding ones are like university challenge grants. Those are being handled through the Department of Commerce, and I believe that Bob North will speak to that in greater detail when he arrives. A lot of these larger amounts are actually going through the Department of Commerce, and he will probably address those in detail as far as what sort of conditions precedent are being required prior to being able to distribute the funds. For a lot of these challenge grants, the condition precedent, of course, is the drawdown of those private dollars before those dollars can actually leave the state. So, sort of verifying that if it's a 1-to-1 match or a 2-to-1 match or even a 3-to-1 match for the challenge grants, that those private dollars have been acquired before releasing the ARPA funds out to the recipients. So with that, I would sort of stand for questions. Once again, this is not our data, but I'm more than willing to answer what questions I can regarding what you have before you.
Questions for Dylan? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking up here on the first page. the base one for $100 million. And it's showing that at the end of November, only $88.8 million was spent, with a remainder of about 11 million two.
That's correct. So $11.2 million has not left those accounts yet. Now, that does not mean that there has not been some sort of contract signed for those, but often what you'll have is they'll have signed a contract with some like entity, and the entity has to prove that they have accomplished certain targets before those funds are released. And so that's what you're usually seeing with like the base grants.
I was going to say, because that was back in 2021.
2021.
And we got $11 million sitting there. The other is on the very back page, and I know there was a little consternation when this happened last year. I see the 19 million for the additional docking allocation, the Baxter Springs Fire Department, but where is the money that was allocated for the training facility on Washburn?
So I will say that I do not have any direct knowledge that that was a training facility, but I do have direct knowledge of the money that went to Washburn. That money has been returned back to the state. So that those funds did come back with interest, with about $875,000 worth of interest on those funds back into the state.
And there's just back into the ARPA account.
That is correct.
And are there any plans that we are aware of?
So I am not aware of any plans for the expenditure of those funds, but of course, I'm just going to make it 100% clear. I was not notified before the previous expenditure of those funds either.
I know that. That's why I'm wondering, because I didn't see it listed here, and I knew the money had come back. I'm just wondering if there was any plans with that. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would note on those same lines, the $18 million for World Cup is showing as allocated as this. The language inside of the bill said if ARPA funds are available. And so it would appear that at least on this sheet, it is showing those funds as available for that distribution.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 610 million is sitting in the bank. So approximately what are we making a month on that?
Yeah, so 1.6 or so per month is what's coming in interest. It obviously varies, all depending upon how the Treasury ladders are stacked, but that's about what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Representative Helgerson.
Do we get a copy of the accounts and reports of showing money in and money out? Is that not a public document?
So that's what this is. So this information is from the Division of Accounts and Reports, and it's their sort of record of when money has been allocated for it and when money, as far as like on a daily or a monthly basis, no. I have access to some of that data through my access to the accounting system, but, there's not a monthly report for that. There is the State Treasurer's Office does a cash balance report that's done daily. However, there would not be enough detail in that to sort of determine what it's for. It's a one-pager, pretty much. It's just like, here's how much money's come into the state. Here's how much obligations are outstanding. Here's how much money has gone out.
Representative Helgerson.
Okay, we've been talking around this for months. This is fundamentally a major problem for the legislature and the executive branch. The idea that the executive branch took out money without an appropriation runs counter to everything we talk about in this building. I went back and checked with a previous Department of Administration secretary. They couldn't believe this happened. We're putting money back into the account now, and money that is of interest. And we still could have the governor's office take money out under the same pretense and say, well, I can go ahead and spend this money because this is interest money and I can do whatever I want with it. Horse hockey. The legislature makes the decision about how all the appropriations are done. And it's my governor, so I'll take the lead in it. But several of you had seen some letters that I'd written and gotten no response from the governor's office back during the session. Fundamentally, this money came in and we had a cooperative agreement with the governor's office about how it was going to be spent and not spent. And now we have found out, or we found out in the last session, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, $19 million was going to docking office building, and we still don't know what it was for, or how they're going to use it. $2 million for a firehouse in Baxter Springs, and I was told it was $35 million for a chief's practice facility in order to lure the chiefs from Missouri to Topeka. Those kind of deals shouldn't be done, and I know they happen occasionally. We need to take we as the budget committee has more expertise and more knowledge in the legislature, but we need to take a very strong position and tell this governor and any future governors that that is not appropriate, and we're going to make the recommendations with you through the appropriation process. And, you know, I'm prepared to go alone if necessary and introduce legislation. But I can't say how fundamentally this stinks. And, you know, and we can't even get accounts and reports. This is an automatic system that should be available for all legislators and our staff to make sure that we know how every penny or every dollar is being spent. And we weren't even given information, and we were denied information many times in the last 6 months. So, you know, I've been pushing it for my own directive, and I think it's time somewhere, either today or tomorrow and the next day, that we need to look and make a legislative statement about the interest money, but also about if any other monies come this way.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's why I pointed out those items. Because, I mean, didn't know about this until Dylan came to my office and told me that there was, you know, money missing from the ARPA interest. Well, where did it go? And we found out that it went to these particular items. And I'm in complete agreement with you, Representative Helgerson. We should have had the knowledge of what was going on. And I would say, if you want to entertain introducing legislation that says the remaining ARPA dollars, if any, and the interest earned on the ARPA dollars is up to the appropriations of the legislature, and backdate it, I'm perfectly fine with that. And hopefully we'd have it introduced first day of session, have a hearing on it in appropriations, and kick it out. Because I think something does need to be done. There's $50 million just disappearing in March of last year is not how we should be allocating, whether it be state general fund dollars or ARPA dollars, or these are dollars of the state of Kansas and the people of Kansas. And the legislature, we are the appropriators. And we should have the authority on where those funds should go. And I'm hoping everybody sitting here, since we're both budget committees in the House and the Senate, agree that that needs to go through the appropriating process.
Any other questions for Dylan? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the money that's in the third column, or money column, I guess, that's allocated. So that is safe for the December deadline, right? Okay. So, and then they get 2 more years to spend that after this, so 26 in the December of 26 or?
What it says in the letter, they have 2 additional years to expend $2.
So probably December of 26, I guess. So do we have anything in place that I guess somehow, and I guess it probably goes back to what Representative Helgerson was saying. So we don't really have anything in place to how do we know that money's going to get spent, I guess? And if we get to 26 and it's still not spent, then we lose it, right?
So if money is not out.
Okay.
I don't have my mic on, sorry. I turned it off earlier. So that is my understanding, is that it would fall back to the federal government. Now, that is not true of the interest dollars. So the interest dollars, they're pretty much in the state coffers no matter what. So there is no more deadlines that are associated with those. However, these are the federal funds. That is the way it has been described to me.
So when we spend the, like if we end up spending some more of it, which there's nothing left but interest dollars supposedly that's not allocated, is that true?
So I think where you're going with this, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if there were an allocation for a specific project and we don't fully expend those allocations, and that occurs after December 31st of 2024, what happens to those dollars? I can tell you that I've been reviewing the state treasury FAQs that they put out on a monthly basis, and I have not been able to find an answer to that question coming from the federal government, because they say all that money has to be spent by X date. But if you allocate it for a specific project, can you move it between separate allocations? That's unclear to me from reviewing the federal guidance at this point. And I don't know if the revisor's office has any additional information they'd like to share on that point.
All right.
I will continue to look at it. I would also note that I'm also requesting this on a monthly basis, so that, we can keep the legislature informed of how the spending is going on these various projects, so you can see how much money is still outstanding.
So Dylan, do you know how much interest has been earned to date and how much has been?
I have a report on that. I believe, and it's around $63 million.
And is it a line item or is it commingled with SGF?
So the way the money comes in, it's a little complicated, is the Pooled Money Investment Board does investments of state dollars, okay? And they pay what's called an average daily balance rate. And so they're paying it back to the federal ARPA fund based upon that existing balance at the ADB rate. And then so I see monthly transfers going into that fund, okay, from these various accounts. But it gets a little complicated, and the reason I mention that is because a lot of these ARPA dollars are spread across the state. So it's not like they're all in one single pot inside the office of the governor. There's some over at Commerce, there's some at KDHE, there's some over at the State Fair. I mean, you can read through all these various agencies. In many cases, these agencies have their own little pots of ARPA. And so what I do see is I see interfund transfers coming back from these various accounts and other state agencies coming back to the main fund. And so it gets a little complicated, but I'm seeing around $63 million is what I saw.
Any other questions? Representative Helgerson.
Did you ask Department of Administration how much money in interest have we gotten?
So that was the beginning of the conversation I was having with Department of Administration.
Did they give you a specific answer?
I have had many, I would not say that I have received a specific answer on the exact number of dollars. I've had many conversations with the Department of Administration where information has been shared.
And I guess that comes back to a different, the interest off the ARPA dollars is one question. Whether or not information and specifics is given to us is a whole set of other questions, especially since the legislature, I use the term the legislature, has decided to put its own budget together. You got to have the actual accurate figures and get specifics, get the answers to your questions when you ask it, as opposed to vagueness that Dylan and I have gotten when I've asked questions. You know, it's crucial that there is not any question about this, that we have one set of books. We don't have a set of books that's available for the governor's office and what's off budget in their mind, and then what the legislature thinks. We have to deal directly with this with the governor's office also.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's really not we don't have anything legislatively that says the money has to be spent at a certain time. We're just going off what the federal government's guidelines. So right now, they could say, well, you've got until 12 of 26, and if they don't get that spent, then that money's gone, most likely. So it almost would behoove us to have some sort of a date that the legislature has put in place that says that money has to be spent. So it gives us time to use it if it doesn't get spent.
So I would say to that some of these dollars are subject to specific appropriations with specific dates. Inside of the appropriations bill, it's not universal that everybody has until 2 years from now to spend these. It kind of varies. It's subject to the appropriations bill, and I'd have to work with the revisor's office to go through it and determine each one of these different accounts when those specific dates happen. But a lot of these are very kind of open-ended. In other words, they're appropriated for a project, and that has to occur. I would also note that the federal government could change their mind. They could change their mind around how long you have to spend that money. And so, of course, I think they would have to pass a bill in order to be able to do that. But there has been much discussion about the possibility of federal fund clawbacks. And so I just wanted you to be aware that, that money is still outstanding and unspent.
So it'd probably be good for us to know on all of these if there is a deadline in statute for them, I would think, so we kind of have an idea.
Right. I'll talk to the revisor's office.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, Dylan, you were just going down the path that I was, because there's been a lot of talk lately about, in fact, I think there's been legislation introduced in Congress of saying, we spent way too much money as far as the federal government in COVID. Let's go ahead and pull some of that money back. So out of that, would all of the dollars and the total amount remaining? I mean, I guess it depends on what the legislation that's being drafted in Congress. But I'm just kind of wondering what would be subject to being pulled back if it were to pass.
I think that would be up to the
subjective.
courts. That's definitely going to be up to the courts, because the question is, if there's an outstanding contract for those funds, okay, if the state of Kansas already contracted out these funds and promised them can the federal government just, claim those monies back under those situations? And under what authority do they do that? I don't know what the legal precedent is, and I'm probably not qualified to speak to it.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to have the Department of Commerce, SLFRF funding distribution. Bob North. Bob, welcome to committee.
Appreciate the opportunity today. Going to speak about three things in varying degrees of length: ARPA funding, the World Cup, and also briefly about the state's efforts with respect to the Chiefs and Royals. In the testimony is a chart of ARPA-funded programs. You'll see the Department of Commerce has 16 of those programs, some of which were specifically appropriated, if you will, by the legislature. The Spark Committee was also involved in allocating some of these ARPA funds to the Department of Commerce. So we've got a mix there between what the Spark Committee did and what the legislature appropriated. More than $436 million have been dispersed to grant recipients. That leverages so far $421 million in matching funds
And we have kind of picking up on the discussions from a moment ago. We do have a column that reflects remaining award amounts, but those are under contract with the grantees. So it's just that the grant recipient has not taken whatever steps are necessary to access the remainder of their award. So not going to go through this in depth. You can see the chart. Projects generally are going pretty well. As you would expect, some grantees are having a difficult time with supply chain items or shortages of equipment or perhaps labor to get their projects completed as quickly as initially anticipated. We have entered into dozens of extensions of time where we've agreed to give a grantee additional time to complete its project. You know, we are aware of the kind of federally imposed deadlines on these funds, at which point they have to be spent by. And our goal is to work with these grantees, work with the cities, work with the companies, and make every effort to ensure the projects are successful and these funds are utilized for the purpose that they were appropriated or allocated for. And to do that, we've got staff, we've got a third-party contractor that has regular weekly, biweekly, monthly contact with grantees to work with them kind of through this process. Some are large, sophisticated cities with plenty of capacity to administer these grants, and some of the recipients are not. And so we're trying to help everybody with the goal of getting these projects across the finish line. The Aloft program has to do with aviation kind of training and learning opportunities. Have an example there from Textron, where they were able to kind of double basically the size of their workforce training facility. That's going to result directly in 500 additional trained employees. The indirect benefit from those 500 employees is 3,500 indirect jobs. We've got base one, which were kind of eco-devo related opportunities. Have an example there with the Norton County Foundation, which utilized funding to renovate a building to house businesses and employees. Similar to base 1.0 is base 2.0. Again, that's economic development, kind of in the more traditional sense that you would expect. Reference there to Bartlett grain milling and processing and a water expansion that Independence was able to fund with ARPA dollars to allow for that expansion. Also in Colby, allowed that these funds enabled McCarty Dairy to create additional jobs and grow its operation. Additionally, $45 million for community tech colleges for projects primarily related to workforce. Colby Community College constructed an ag center to accommodate existing and new students enrolled in agricultural majors. 6 classrooms, offices for 16 full-time kind of agricultural employees. Johnson County Community College created a CDL program. State has an acute shortage, and we're not alone. State has an acute shortage of CDL qualified drivers, and so this effort is going to produce more drivers, which is going to lead to additional economic impact in Kansas. Also, 10 million to private independent colleges. You see a reference there to Newman University, which completed a variety of projects, and Tabor College was able to construct additional residential living facilities. Sprint kind of went for tourism purposes, and that was directed to the Department of Wildlife. For the most part, a project at the Amelia Earhart Museum in Atchison, and then some dollars from that went into the state fairgrounds. We also had an appropriation of, I believe, 28 million for World Cup, which was broken down into 2 fiscal years. We've been meeting regularly with the World Cup Committee and have negotiated an agreement with them to provide this funding. That process will be wrapped up soon. It's very important to us, to the department, that as much of these dollars be spent in Kansas as possible. Yes, there's operations and there's payroll and there's security, but we're very conscious to try and leverage as much of those dollars being spent in Kansas as possible. So that negotiation is wrapped up. We'll move to contracting and then transferring the first tranche of those funds. Lastly, I hope there's an opportunity that I can stand here and talk more about the Chiefs and Royals. That day's not today. We're not able to comment on those discussions, but hope there is a time in the near future that we can do so. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Mr. North. Do you have an update on Mattel? Since that was the Star Bond project as well.
So we've heard from the city within the last week to 10 days that they have successfully negotiated an agreement with the development group in terms of local incentives, and so that project is poised to move forward immediately.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Bob, I might ask you a couple here. On this private independent college, $10 million, was that equally divided between Tabor and Newman?
No, it was allocated between all of the private and independent colleges. So we just highlighted those two, but there are other awards to other private and independent colleges.
So how many got, you suppose?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay.
Most of them received an allocation. There were a couple that didn't feel like they were in a position to utilize the funding, whether it be a match issue or some other issue, so they declined the funds.
So would that be the same with the community and technical colleges? The 45 million was spread over the 22 community colleges?
Correct.
They all got some?
Yes.
Okay. And the base 2 grant at McCarty and then the City of Independence, how much was those, the Building Stronger Economy, how much was that, them grants for? There's no amount on there.
The pool there for base 2 was 45 million. So I would have to follow up with you and tell you precisely what Independence and Colby received, which I can do this afternoon.
Okay,
So
that'd
there were a large number of recipients total.
So it wasn't just 2?
No. We're just trying to give a give a less than comprehensive, but illustrate how some of these funds were utilized.
Okay, yeah, if you get us a list on that, I think that'd be good information to have.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, if you'd like to move on, or did you have any information on the World Cup, or just what you touched on here?
I provided the best update we've got.
Okay, got a question.
Okay.
Representative Waymaster.
So going back to the World Cup, and actually, I think I've been in contact with Department of Commerce about having like there's a database that's set up there for like hotel venues and stuff to actually use this link and put their names. And I'm wondering if that could be circulated to, legislators within that 250-mile radius of the Kansas City metropolitan area, because that's going to impact quite a bit of the state. And so if they have hotels that are interested about being on this, I guess, ledger or database, being, potential visiting spot, I think that helps keep that money within the state of Kansas, and then also promotes our smaller communities in the state of Kansas, and also our other venues across the state, eateries, whatever the case may be. And I know I've signed up a privately owned hotel in Wilson, Kansas. I gave her the link. She's told me just the other day that she has signed up and she's working with World Cup and everything. And so I think it'd just be advantageous to have that given to legislators so they could promote that as well.
We can do that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Bob. Appreciate your appearing today. Committee, I think that is all we had on the agenda for today. Anyone have anything else? Okay, we're adjourned.